Good evening. Tonight, we're going to be doing a bunch of Frontlines as a Reaper. Which is probably not surprising given the thumbnail and the title. And we have a few targets to be specific. First of which is that I'm actually very close to be able to buy the last relic weapon that I'm missing from the Endwalker series. Second, I'm also very close to reaching the final level of the PvP series, and maybe we'll be able to do both today. The final relic weapon is going to be Scholar. It's the only one we're missing. And hey Pokeshack, how are you doing? If the queue times aren't too long, then we will we should be able to get like 10 Frontlines, and 10 Frontlines is exactly the amount we need to cap out on the amount of astronomy that I'm missing. And, well, if we're losing all evening, then we're getting like 1,000 experience per match, which means that we're going to need 13 matches to cap out this series level. But I believe even if you lose, you still get more than 1,000 experience on average, because it like scales up as like a loser compensation of some such. And with that in mind, we might not need more than 13 to cap out. And Pokeshack, the reason why Scholar was put in last was actually because I decided that it was important to get all of the melee jobs and all of the ranged jobs finished for some videos that I'm working on. So I prioritized that, which actually meant that aside from Sage, all of the healers were like the last 3 weapons, and then just incidentally Scholar was last. I had like a whole list, but I believe I just swapped whichever job was at the bottom with Scholar, which meant that Scholar jumped multiple places down. And Pokeshack says, I now know what an MSQ is. I finished Shadowbringers yesterday. Oh, congratulations. Does that mean that you're starting on Endwalker soon with your friend? So I read in like a relatively quick tip list for each of the Frontlines. If I recall correctly, the suggestion is that you should prioritize getting capture points in this match, because even though you can get a bunch of points in the middle every so often, getting the passive points from the capturables is more valuable. I don't know if that is true or not, but maybe we should try and prioritize stealing those from the other teams. Just as a little test whether it works or not. As a matter of fact, let's run down this way instead. And you're beginning the Endwalker story today. Nice. I wonder how long we can get away with just hanging out with this Machinist and Paladin. Seems like they're having a really hard time dealing with me. Oh! A different Machinist that came in with less health. Oh, now they're getting to be a little bit many. Well, we got away with it, I guess. Yes, yes. I'm pretty surprised we got away from that. It seemed like a pretty open and shut case for them to kill me, but I guess they were prioritizing something else. Did I get backup or something and I just didn't notice? I don't know. But that was a fun exchange. Really goes to show how tanky Reaper can be if they want to be. Not like I got a lot out of that, unfortunately. Since we didn't get a single kill, we got no kills, and we didn't get to capture the point. We hardly prevented them from holding the point either. Ow. We might have spent the entire match just chasing kills we're never getting. Who knows? My aim is to just do whatever helps the team the most, and I don't know if what helps the most is just being a nuisance for the other teams. Got an assist. I had expected the Death Warrant to surprise with a little bit more damage, it just didn't. I think there's robot things spawning in the mid. Seems like it. Just based on the fact that some people are running up now. I'm guessing that that's what they're doing. And since we're right here anyway. Maybe we're here a little bit early. Is it on the quarter? It seems it is. If you use Reaper limit break, can you get enemies to run off the cliff? Is that an option? Is that something that can happen? Does anyone know? Because that would be really funny. You can! Oh, excellent! In that case, we should see if we can make that kind of magic happen, because that would be just too funny. Blip. You can do nothing to me. I have already won. I'd say that was very efficient. Pokeshark says the hysteria is random. I'm pretty sure that everyone runs away from the specific point that you used limit break on, so the randomness comes from the fact that the enemies will have moved by the time they get the debuff. But if you know that they're actively making their way towards the cliff already, because they're, you know, they're on their way out of there, then you know for a fact that they're going to make that mistake. Guaranteed. Yoink. Oh no. I only have one slow, guys. Excellent. We have Battle High 1. I feel we're already doing better than we did on the single frontline we did on my birthday. Nice. Another one. And we're in the lead suddenly. Well, with that discovery, Pokeshag, it seems like our best position is to go middle whenever the robots appear. Because there is a genuine chance that we're going to get like a drop off the cliff kind of kill. I wasn't even sure that was a thing. That's a new kind of whoopsie, isn't it? Not quite the same. Ow. Ow. It's the whoopsie. I think that was again, that was very effective. We managed through all the crowd control to kill a machinist just hanging out next to me with very little health. We're in a very bad spot right now. Robots spawning in the middle. Blue team has 3 bases. We have 1. We're in a very weak spot. Now the question is whether we are going to get a limit break in time to mess with them. Hi guys. Don't mind me. I don't know if that ninja died. It seems like they didn't. Unfortunate. That was not worth it. We needed 2 kills for that to have been worth it. And now we're in last place. It's wild how quickly the positions change in this particular game mode. Yeah, there was no chance we're going to stop any of them, so the only thing we can do right now is choose to hold them up by just being here. Hey Robert, how are you doing? We discovered by accident or coincidence that Reaper has the ability to somewhat consistently, with a little asterisk, be able to knock enemies off from the middle, middle arena on the top up there. We managed to kill one person with it. So we're doing really well, despite having doing mediocre in the match as a whole, I think. Oh, you were watching my MSQ playthrough? Like the VODs? That's awesome. If that's what you meant. Thank you. I hope they're nice in they're still nice to watch after the fact. I could understand if they're a little bit less entertaining than watching something happen live. But yeah, that is like I chose Reaper as the job we're going to play, and then I checked and saw that we were going to be doing Secure. And then, on stream, it occurred to me that maybe you can knock the enemy off the arena. And then Pokeshack was here to be helpful to tell me that, yes, you can. How do we have this many bases? And is middle really now? And Robert says, the MSQ playthrough is perfect to have on while I'm working. Relaxing but still entertaining. Oh, that's awesome. Thank you. I'm really glad to hear that. Now we need to know. We need to mess with red the most. Hey buddy. Oh man. That is an incredibly annoying cliffside. I think that was what cheated us from a kill earlier as well. He's invulnerable. You know, I see what you mean, Pokeshack, that it's really hard to make it work. Because you need the person to be in an extremely specific spot for it to work. The drill through the guard. Yeah, you need a good position. The part of the problem is that if you want a bunch of people, then you need to be near a bunch of people, and I don't think my team is in the position to be able to, you know, do that without me dying. So I should probably just focus more on causing chaos with it. Then specifically saving it for memes every time. What are you running for? I thought you wanted to fight me, mate. Okay, you guys are not fun. I'll just leave. I should have left much sooner than that. But I wasn't sure how much I could get away with. And we have 3 bases anyway. Now, I'm guessing what's happening is that base is getting taken by like a lone blue player very soon. But as long as this is going on and we're pushing red from both sides, there's a chance we can beat them. Oh, middle. Well, this is certainly a long match. We're running out of time. And our main base got stolen? Huh? That is the weirdest situation. Hey guys, I've decided that I don't like you in particular. What's the warrior doing here? How did I miss? Oh, he had the Purify up. Caught in a little bit of a crossfire there. And red team lost by the having the most pints when the game ended. Oh well. That was that was tough. Let's see. Robert says, something I've been wondering about Black Mage ley lines. It only affects my character, right? It's not something that I could be utilizing by another Black Mage during a raid or something. That's correct. As Pokejak says, it's only your ley lines that'll work on you. But it would be extremely funny if you could use someone else's ley lines. So I totally understand where you're coming from. Imagine if you could stack ley lines. That just one time, it would be so funny to be able to do that. But yeah, that is correct. There's also the part that the game does in fact recognize that it is your ley lines and not just a ley line, because between the lines like pulls you back to your ley lines. But it's a good question, Robert. I don't know if it's obvious from the tooltip that ley lines affects only yourself. Yeah, if black mages could benefit from other black mages ley lines, like even if they didn't stack, that would still result in some interesting tricks in content where you could, you know, have multiple black mages. You just have, if you had 4 black mages, they would be able to like chain ley lines for the entire battle if they were really smart about it. Imagine if ley lines affected other party members. The sad truth is, if ley lines affected anyone else, then it would be a raid buff, and if it was a raid buff, then it would probably be very weak. Oh well, that's hard to say. I think, personally, I think Devilment, which is a buff that Dancer gives to themselves and one other person, is one of the most insane buffs in the game. If I remember correctly, it's 20% more crit chance and direct hit chance. The direct hit chance is so, whatever. 20% direct hit is like equivalent to about 5% more DPS. But 20% crit chance. And the very worst, that would be worth 8% more DPS. But the likely scenario is that whoever you're giving Devilment already has a significant amount of crit chance, and if they have that, then Devilment is closer to 10 or 12% for just the crit portion. So that means that Devilment is like 16 or 17% DPS on average to whoever you use it on, and the Dancer. And the reason why that's a little busted is because you have to keep in mind that there are jobs like Gunbreaker that has a personal rate, like personal buff, that is also just 20%. And the Dancer gets that for 2 people. This is gotten very awkward very quickly. Hi guys. Can I join you for a little bout? Okay, I'll leave. Did I just drag that paladin with me somehow? I feel like my hysteria there was kind of weak. It is hard to aim it in such a way that it becomes lethal. Poketrack says, I remember when I reached level 80 with White Mage in Mount Golg, and I say, Dancer, remember the dance partner, and she used partner on me. Sure, whatever. You're a DPS, right? And then you just not. Sure. Sure. I'm a DPS. I don't really feel like running into the masses over there. Except now I do. A little bit. Mainly because... Guess what, guys? Good. Guess what I brought? Hold this! Ah. I had hoped it would do more. Robert says, Kaito, you have a background in math, right? That is correct. I have a master's degree in applied mathematics. Do you have a mathematical question? And then we lost the spot before we even got back to defend our other spot. Robert says, not so much a math question, but your understanding of the numbers in this game are always so impressive. Thank you so much. I really appreciate that. That's probably one of, if not the big main thing that I pride myself on, really understanding the numbers part of the game, which is actually a huge part of understanding how to like set up a rotation or knowing when what is better than something else. And it's not like, I understand that it's not like easy or trivial to understand those kinds of things. One thing in particular would be like AoE. When is it better to use AoE? And that can also be a little complex of a question at times. But thank you. No! Escape! Throw the orb at something! I'm not letting you go. You could be a kill for me. Or an assist. That's also fine. And I intended to mount, not guard. Awkward. Oh, let's not go that way down. Popejack says Y2 plus 2 equals P, or Y Dragoon plus Cliff equals floor tank. I mean, doesn't that those aren't too bad. You know, knowing when it was better to use your AoE or your single target used to be a much more difficult question. Like, extremely difficult at times, because a lot of AoE attacks had like a gradual drop off in damage rather than just the first target you do X, everyone else you do Y. I feel like this is my moment to run. Hey Ralu, how are you doing? And yes, exactly, it is a Reaper stream. And hey Raiden, welcome to the stream, how are you doing? On your lunch break. Are you having a good day? Also, everyone else, I hope everyone's having a good day. In fact, I missed. Hold this. Not quite enough. We don't want to fight here. Not in the slightest. I want to go home. Escape the gunbreaker with the AoE, the stun limit break. Raven says, good things are schmoobin'. That's awesome. That's awesome to hear. And Rallo says, no school this week, so good. Ah, nice. A week of like a week of holiday, or is it like something specific? Either way, that's awesome. Pokeshack says, I go to begin Endwalker. See you later. Have a nice day. Have a nice day, Pokeshack, and I hope you have a lot of fun with the Endwalker story. Make sure to bring tissues, because there's going to be a lot of sad moments. Maybe not so many at the start, but there's going to be some sad moments. You have holiday, Rano. Nice. You know, if I remember correctly, it was this week last year that that Endwalker was supposed to come out, in contrast to actually came out. Can we do something with our limit break here? Do we want to do something with our limit break? I want to do this. Ah, we didn't get to toss the orb. I do believe it was this week. And then it got delayed by 2 weeks. Oh. Oh, they weren't even attacking me specifically. I was just hearing the sound of a red mage doing their melee combo. Ow. Raven says, I'm amazed you can play Frontline with effects on. Well, my perspective there is that without effects on, I'm not sure I would be able to know what the enemies are doing. In PvE, having effects on can be difficult to view what the boss is doing, but in PvP I feel like it's like if you don't have enough effects on, you're just going to stand there in the middle of nowhere being stunned, and you're like, I don't even know what hit me. But if with effects on, you can at least see the white mage laser beam. Get back here, you! I'm not that picky. I'll beat on this random bard because they decided not to run. You know, Reaper has a surprising amount of ranged attacks, all things considered. Like that one. But it's Reaper's an excellent, like in PvP, it's an excellent example of more like a support DPS rather than like some superhero DPS that's supposed to carry in any capacity. Like, one thing that Reaper has in common with Paladin is that they both really like to do a lot of, like, just decently powerful attacks rather than, like, big bursts. Which is more like a support thing. Oh, everyone's leaving the middle. We were late, I think. I think we were late. But I get you, Raven. With effects, when you get real up close with a lot of enemies, you can't see very much. But on the other hand, you're probably dead anyway. I think, at least. Guys, we need to run. We need to, like, really run. Like a lot. Oh dear. We were more than I thought we were. Maybe we could have fought that. Maybe we could. I didn't want to risk it because we were expecting all those enemies. I was sort of assuming that it was all of the yellow players coming at us at once. How many are they here? People are actually defending spots? What's this? Ranked Frontline? Imagine if Frontline had a ranked mode. I think we need to go towards yellow rather than try to force the issue with red. Because yellow is at our doorstep. And red is not. Well, I'd rather take this fight. So we try this fight. Look guys, isn't Miracle of Nature just super balanced? Now that it only has like 10 yalms of range, isn't it just so fair that a job can lock you out of literally everything for 2 seconds? With no counter other than already using guard when you're targeted? Are you taunting me, White Mage? I am petty enough to throw Harvest Moon at you just because you're a White Mage right now. Pokeshack says, even if it is support, it doesn't do much damage. And it doesn't do much damage. I'm sure we won at least 2 frontlines thanks to me going in and out of combat using Hysteria. Those days I obtained a lot of commendations. Yeah, and that's the thing. The big benefit of Reaper is that compared to a lot of other jobs, you almost always have your limit break at the ready because it has a really short cooldown. And it's very helpful. Like, it's almost always helpful to use Hysteria. Either it's good damage or it's good crowd control, and sometimes it's both. Is that us taking that spot? Because if it is, this might be the win. I wonder if they expected that. I didn't expect this, however. Wow. I keep getting surprised, and that's my mistake. So have you guys done some frontlines of your own? And do you have a favorite job to do frontline with? And more importantly, does that job happen to be a completely different one from the one that you normally play? I think we might win by just holding the points right now. Can I survive all this? Apparently I could. Excellent. Now, back to fighting you guys. And we won by time. How did we do compared to the rest of our team? We were at least in the top half for damage. How about damage taken? We took a lot of damage. And there was another Reaper that actually took even more. And that's incredible. And now we got a series level up. Now we're at most 10 matches away from reaching the max series rank. And Pokeshak says melees and Dark Knight. I mean, when we're talking PvP, it's I would almost say that tanks in general are also like more like a melee job rather than specifically a tank. But I get what you mean. I'm assuming that you mean melee DPS and tank, and then Dark Knight specifically. Nice. I've had a lot of fun with melee and tanks myself in Frontline. The simple fact that melee jobs take way less damage in Frontline makes me a little afraid of trying a ranged job in Frontline now, because I've gotten so used to being able to take so much damage. Just because of this like built-in damage reduction. And if there's anyone curious what I'm talking about, when you do Frontline, there is a hidden mechanic that makes it so that all melee jobs take like 60% less damage, and that includes tanks and all melee DPS, and also ninja. And all ranged jobs take 30% less damage, and that includes all healers and all ranged physical and all mages. And also Red Mage, even though Red Mage would prefer to spend more of its time in melee range rather than at range. And that's pretty much the reason why we can sometimes get away with taking so much damage. We have a shield that blocks 12,000 damage, and it heals us for 12,000 over its duration. Also heals others for 12,000 over its duration when it breaks. That combined with a relatively high health amount because being a melee, and then also the built-in damage reduction, means that we have like an effective health of perhaps like 200,000 if we get to use Arcane Crest, compared to Crystalline Conflict, where we only have like closer to 70,000 effective health. A bit more if the heal goes off. And Pokeshak says, but I can't say all the melees because I don't like too many of the other 3 blue melees. And Pokeshak suggests Machinist or Bard next week. I'm not super keen on support DPS jobs like dedicated support DPS like Bard or Dancer in Frontline, because then you have to chase a specific person around to be efficient. And Bard, you can't really. I don't think you can do much alone. And then Pokeshak suggests Machinist. We could try Machinist. Have we actually? I guess it's just me remembering having done a bunch of Frontline as Machinist previously, but I don't think we've done it on stream, have we? I'm guessing no. The difficult part about Machinist in Frontline is that like with Crystalline Conflict, you can just go like, oh, never mind. You can just look at Marksman's Spite and say, oh, it does 36,000 damage. And then you just look at someone and go, well, you have less than 50% health, so you probably have less than 50,000 than 36,000 health, and then just shoot them. In Frontline, it doesn't quite work like that. To be able to just hit, like scan someone's health bar and go, you will die from this. In Frontline, you pretty much need Battle High 5, because that almost nullifies the melee damage reduction. So I could imagine if we were to do a Machinist Frontline, we would be expecting a lot of misses, like lining up the limit break, and then we just miscalculate the hit. And hello, Rightful. Welcome to the stream. I hope you're having a good day. You're asking, what's the better mode to learn PvP in? Looking for stuff to do after main quest. If you're completely new to PvP, then I would say that Frontline is a good place to start, like to get acquainted with your abilities and maybe learn a little bit about what the other jobs can do. Although it's very chaotic. Once you've gotten like used to the basics of PvP, then if you want to do like, if you find out that you really like doing PvP, then doing Crystalline Conflict, especially ranked Crystalline Conflict, is probably the best way to experience PvP. But I would definitely recommend doing Frontline as a place to start, because it's very low risk. If you die, that's like, it's not good, but in comparison to Crystalline Conflict, it's okay. People die a lot in Frontline, so you have a lot of space to make mistakes. One single death is not going to make or break a match. You still have a chance to recover from that. So yeah, I would say Frontline. I hope that answers your question. As I was just explaining before, melee jobs have a huge damage reduction effect on them at all times in Frontline, and all range jobs has also a damage reduction effect, but it's not quite as big. So if you switch from Frontline to Crystalline Conflict, you will probably notice that a lot more, like a lot higher numbers are going through, because you don't have this built-in damage reduction anymore. But it does mean that you don't have to worry about, oh, this 24-man 3-sided match means that melee jobs are just going to get stomped because of all the explosions, right? No. You take significantly less damage, which sort of balances it out. Hi guys! I'm not sure what I intended to do with that, but we're here now, so whether we can get out of it not possible, I suppose. Well, we didn't lose any battle high. Roller says, I'm ranking up Black Mage at the moment. There's a ton of ice and fire spells. What do you mean, Roller? Do you mean like you're leveling up your Black Mage? And there's a lot of ice and fire spells, so what are you talking about exactly? Are you talking about the PvP explosions? There's also the part I would like to mention, if you're still here, Rightful, that because of the amount of players on the front line, you can much more easily just follow the pack, and that's good enough. So you don't have to understand the game mode that much to be able to help. You know, Mr. Dark Knight, I'm going to chase you all the way to your base right now. You are aware of that, right? Oh, and then he used Limit Break. That's a lot of red players. I wonder if we can get away from this. With a monk and a machinist, the answer is maybe? Meryl says, yeah, leveling up, I'm at level 60 at the moment. Oh, yeah. Well, by level 60, I think you have the majority of the ice and fire spells you're supposed to be getting. Level 60 is a specific, like, culmination point for Black Mages, because at level 60 you have Fire 4 and Blizzard 4, and that, like, produces a completely different rotation. That machinist was trying to knock us off. See how he likes it. He's a little wild. Oh, we got him. I thought he would have had Limit Break when he was playing that risky. Guess we'll just throw the Limit Break out and go, rather than risk anything. What are we fighting for again? We have no bases. We have one base. Why are we in the middle? What are we doing? That's not a winning strategy. Yeah, as you can see, Frontline gets very chaotic very quickly. Oh, hi. More players to fight. Oh, there's another one there. And my jump wasn't ready, so I just moved backwards. This might be a good time to re-explain some of the Frontline specific mechanics. There's another one other than the hidden damage reduction mechanic. So this gauge here with the flag is what is called the battle high. That increases by 2 every time you get an assist, which is pretty much you attacked something and it died. And it increases by 10 whenever you get a kill, and it is cut in half whenever you die. Now, that alone doesn't help very much. However, every 20 points you have on this battle high, you get a stage of battle high. Now keep in mind, enemies can also see it, so they can see that you have battle high number 1, 2, 3, 4, or 5. This is important because every stage of battle high gives you a 10% damage and healing increase. So you can heal for more, and you can do more damage. Which means that enemies would be significantly more interested in fighting you to kill you. But yeah, so that's the battle high. So that's something to be aware of if you're going into Frontline. When you're still learning the mode, it's a pretty minor thing. It's like more like just a detail. Oh, someone is announcing go mid. Can we actually detach ourselves from this battle and go mid? Is the big question. But yeah, so that's the reason why, as I was saying earlier, that dying is still bad, but it's not as bad as in Crystalline Conflict. It's because you're going to lose whatever battle high you may have as one thing. Oh no. That was a little close. We're getting a lot of limit breaks thrown our way. Can we do something here? I don't think we can. I don't want to risk much. Oh wait, we got someone? How? Did we just kill someone randomly with the limit break explosion there? Where's my team? Not here. I'm leaving. I'm leaving. No thank you. Oh, the machine is just going for some knockback shenanigans, I think. Because yellow has more points, we should want to try and engage them rather than the team that is behind. Another reason why it's not super great to die in PvP, specifically Frontline, is also because whenever you die, the team that killed you steals some points from your team. So it's not okay even if you have no battle high. Still a little difficult to figure out exactly how much I can get away with, because Reba is a little little strange with their survivability, but I guess it's more like similar to a tank, and tanks aren't invulnerable either. Why are we attacking them when we're like 8 and they're like 20? Guys? Why are you just going in? I'm just standing in a queue. This is possibly the losing move, to just deliver them like 8 free kills. I don't know what we were trying to accomplish there, but it looks like we're actually fighting red more than yellow? I don't know, it feels like we're missing people somehow. And someone announced that something is happening in mid again. So what do? Yellow is right now an overwhelming force on the battlefield. I'm not sure what we can do about them, but we should prefer to attack them. Or actually, we're in last place right now, so we would prefer to attack anyone that we can get some kills on. I've got some. Don't think we can stop that guy though. I can't. Oh, bye. I think I found out how other Reapers get their knockdown kills. Stand on the bridge. That might be a strategy we can copy. The question is whether we can do it consistently. You also see there's a Reaper that is a lot better than us with Battle High 5. They haven't died, probably, and they've gotten multiple kills. There's the army! And one of ours just ran in. It's Leroy Jenkins. Yeah, we sort of expected the Dark Knight to do that when he just ran in like that. Can we actually get this Dark Knight down? It's very difficult when it seemed like people were ignoring him. Well, it looks like yellow is going to win very shortly. Not regardless of what we do, we need to engage them directly to stop them. And I don't think that's what the team is going to do when someone just announced go middle again. We got one person. So it worked. Consistently. First try. Uh-oh. Oh, the samurai limit break, the whoopsie missed us. But we still lost. But we learned something valuable. From a public enemy, apparently. And we did more damage, higher ranked, compared to our team this time as well. We did took a little less damage, and we did a lot less healing. We got more kills. I would say overall we did better this time. Even though we got last place. Well, then we go again. It takes a few minutes to get in. So, and if there's anything you guys want to talk about, I'm always ready to check the chat. Well, now we're 9 matches away from maxing out the series level. Yep, 9 matches. And 7 matches away from buying the last relic weapon. So we've one less match to go than I anticipated, but we also won one. And got a 2nd place. Which is not something I necessarily expected. Back in we go. Oh yeah, Rallo, you said you were leveling Black Mage. Are you enjoying it, or is it more like, well, I want to level all jobs or something like that, and then you're just going through the motions? Often, when there is at least one person on the team trying to lead, it goes a lot better. But I feel like it's very common that that this particular game type, this happens less. Oh yeah, and we have Public Enemy on our team again. We also have an Undertale reference. Interesting. Asriel Dreamer. This is straight up chaos. Ah, so close. I think, did we get one? Hold this. I think everyone left, apparently. How long was I there? Like 20 seconds of constant beating on me. Rada says it's to try out the archetypes since a couple of friends groups keep asking and begging me to try out the magical and healing for a whole year. Well, you can play whichever you want, so don't feel pressured by them. You're playing Black Mage because you play the other selfish DPS classes as well, and later today, when I get a couple of friends, I'm going to get Sage to 80 for a title, but I honestly don't trust my self-healing. Well, Sage, once you reach level 78, is very easy to pilot in dungeons and such. I stand by that very, very much. It's a very easy healer to play in dungeons, by far. It's just whether you know the strategy and how to make use of your cooldowns outside of the default script, so to speak, of using Caracol all the time. See if we can mess with yellow. Ha! I guess he knew what was coming. Looks like yellow's coming from that side? Huh? Strange. And why are we going middle? Why are we middle? I don't think I got anyone with that. Are they completely uninterested in the fact that they're basically standing on my team? I guess they weren't. They were just standing on the red team instead. That's complex. Rado says that's all ancient language to me. Fair enough. Well, Rado, you can always check. I do believe I go over the strategy that I'm talking about for Sage in my Sage leveling guide, the level 70 to 91 specifically. So that's not a leveling guide, more like high level guide, where I specifically showcase what each ability is, alongside the explanation of it. So you don't need to know which button is which. You just need to recognize the animation. And I do showcase how it works in a max level dungeon at the end. And you have to check out my Black Mage and Sage stuff. Oh, okay. Well, thank you. I'm sure you will find them helpful if you're trying to learn both. Hello, King Kuro. How are you doing? Oh, there's a Dragoon limit break. Guess we couldn't catch him. Are we just going to get left to die again? Oh, fortunately not. I can't help that guy. Okay, we just need to go. Every time we turn back around, there's like 4 other people that look at me and think we're engaging. And we're really not. Not in this much of an uneven battle. I think the big problem here is that our entire team is like a little bit all over the place right now. Another assist for the collection. And stuff is happening in mid again. And there's the macro telling everyone to go mid. Can we do anything? Maybe we should just stick to a little bit of an honest battle for a little bit. I don't know if that helped. I think the Hysteria dragged enough enemies away to prevent them from saving their paladin there. That's what I was intending for it to happen, at least. We got the most points out of the node in the middle, and that's also pretty good. Unfortunately, we have no bases. Because we're so focused on that. Some individuals down on the ground just stole all of the bases. And public enemy announces everyone go to yellow. Like, finally someone is asking people to do something specific. That can be done. That can absolutely be done. Oh. I guess pretty much my entire team just decided to stick to the point instead of chase. So I just stood there alone with all of my tricks and limit breaks up my sleeve. Got him. I can't really see what we should go for right now. Is red stealing our points from behind our backs again? Yes, get very confused, enemies, for it is I, Random Limit Break Reaper, reporting to the battlefield. I actually got him from that far away. Excellent. I think we may have just discovered that Plentiful Harvest is pretty good for snagging kills right at the maximum range. No, I don't want to deal with you right now, Gunbreaker. Bye. Have my slow. Now this is a problem. If they're chasing me, I can't mount up in time. And while I was doing that, announcements were had. We're making a grave mistake. We got the assist, but I don't think this was worth the chase. I sure love being snared for 80% of the battle. Don't you guys? Isn't it the best? Hey, watch this! Everyone, scatter! This is a... this is a wild battle. And somehow, after all that, I only got an assist. Run back? They're saying run back. To where? This is not good. Someone announced that we should run back, but they didn't say why or for what, or told us what to do next. So no one's really doing it. Got him. Now, we're supposed to be middle by now, but instead we're here, as far away from the middle as possible. But on the bright side, we have almost Battle High 3. Are we going to make it? Are we going to be helpful? I think the answer was sort of no. We can do this. I tried to do a little bit, but it's difficult when you're in that late. Can we even beat through all that? Yeah, I didn't think so. Ah, of course. The waiting Dark Knight, ready to use Salt to the Earth to drag us down. Well, aren't you clever? Yeah, that's what I thought. the Uno reverse right there. I don't think he saw that one coming. I don't think the samurai realized that I wasn't attacking him. And we lost right there at the end. Oh, we took a lot of damage. Let's act like all the damage we took we defended with. And Pokeshek says, one time in the stairs of this map, I fought like for 2 minutes with a gunbreaker. The battle feels eternal until my team comes back to mid because it's time to do mid again. And then we just kill the gunbreaker on the way. Yeah, exactly. It's like if you're in a 1v1 with someone in Frontline and you're both melee jobs, I think it might be nearly impossible to win. Because, like, a lot of melee jobs have enough sustainability that they can survive, like, several minutes in, like, a 1v1 duel without the extra damage reduction and all that. So now, add that you take 60% less damage, but you're healing for the same amount, and suddenly most jobs are completely incapable of killing anything alone. And that's sort of the point of Frontline, is that you're supposed to work with your team, of course. And back into the fray we go. Are we? 8 more matches to reach the final series rank. And Pokeshek says, I tried to throw him at off the stairs, but I can't because the mid part of the stairs have a part where you don't fall. Oh, you don't die from the fall. That's true. Yeah, that's exactly why you have to try to knock people off from the top of the bridge, because otherwise it's not enough to kill them. But the top of the bridge is in a very specific area as well, so it is difficult. But imagine if it was easy to knock someone off the bridge in this particular arena. I think that would be a very boring game mode if it was easy, because then everyone would just camp for that at all times. I think I'll join these few players going this way. This very first exchange, I feel Reaper's not that helpful because we don't have limit break. Jump, mate. Why are you standing on the edge there? I thought we were running. Now I have to awkwardly run the long way around to help you again. Hey, I got the Dragoon to completely waste his limit break. That's sort of a victory, isn't it? I guess they didn't anticipate that I would do all that just to leave. Pogtrick says, no, 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 the stair in the middle part of the stairs have like a railing. Oh, right. Right. I think I know what you mean. I can't reach. It might be railing, and I think I know. If you mean the middle part as the, like the one there, I can see what you mean. There's like multiple like spikes that can prevent you from falling off. But there's just a little 1v1 happening here. Huh. That's pretty much was his entire game plan, was he was just going to run for it. Unlikely to work. But I commend the attempt. He actually stopped a large amount of our party from reaching south, but somehow we still got the point. So I don't know what happened there. And someone announces middle soon. So we're just going to spend time running. What? That's just a random solo monk. I guess he was waiting to knock someone off the stairs and didn't expect 30 people. And then we focus a little bit here and try to make it out alive, because this is a little crazy. And the Dark Knight managed to step out of it in the very last second. Of course he did. I really thought I had him. Oh yeah, now I see what you mean. There's like these little like ropes between each, so you can't get knocked down. That's pretty smart. Oh, that was a lot of AoE. I could hardly see anything from all of it. But the problem is that if we turn off all of those effects, then we're just taking damage from stuff we can't see, and that's almost worse. I wonder if that Dark Knight was intending to limit break and then just got denied. Oh, there's a random Dragoon limit break coming in. He's going to backflip out of it again, I'm sure. Or not? So in the chat, you have someone in Alliance B asking in a very passive-aggressive manner why we're fighting blue when yellow's literally winning behind our backs. Ironically, he could have just said fall back, focus yellow, and then people would have just done that. But instead, he's going to be coy about it. And now no one is doing it because no one has time to read a 3-line statement about it. No one has time for that in the middle of an exchange like that. Let's see if I can figure it out. No, I'm actually not sure why we went for blue that much, but I think we just went for a base. But incidentally, we came for the base at the exact same moment that blue went for it. And then we had an exchange that just never ended. Oh, it's already dead. Oh, then the match is already over, pretty much. Ah, that was so close to working. And the red mage failed his melee combo on me at the very least. I don't think we can turn this around in time. Yellow has shockingly gotten a very, very, very healthy lead. And blue is still fighting right here, apparently. I need to be better at not ignoring the enemy's guard. I keep wasting my communio because I'm more focused on spending it than spending it in a worthwhile way. And most of the time I've gotten my communios spent in a helpful way by just tossing it at some random person because they don't expect it. But if I'm using it on the exact same person I was just beating away on, then usually they'll expect it. I wonder if blue is going to attack our base now that we finally let them have the middle spot. Are we going to attack yellow's base? Is that smart? I don't think it's very smart. We pretty much have to hang out here because yellow is so close to winning that if we ignore them for even a second, then we're done and the match ends. But at the same time, their reinforcements come out with invulnerability for a while. Us choosing to attack them at this point was probably speeding up their victory rather than slowing it down. But that was a difficult match. Well, I'll be right back. Alright, I'm back. Hey Sydney, how are you doing? I hope you're doing well. Apparently we're not doing super well in the front lines today with well, a better chance of not winning than winning, that's for certain. But that happens. The good news about Frontline is that because you're 1 out of 24 people, it's not necessarily one individual's performance that makes or breaks a team. And Sydney says, I have been trying to understand PvP for the past 3 days. I'm still new, but don't really get it. I'm doing great, just got out of a long meeting and forgot Thanksgiving is coming. Oh yeah, I guess it is. In Denmark we, of course, don't celebrate Thanksgiving, so I kind of forget when that is. But yeah, I hope everyone that celebrates Thanksgiving gets an awesome, excellent Thanksgiving with family and friends, or whatever you choose to bring. When you say you don't really get it, Sydney, is there something specific you're thinking of? Is it like the general thing? Is it, I don't understand how the different front lines work, I don't understand the specific mechanic? Is it related to what job you're playing? Because if you can specify a little bit, then I can probably touch on it and explain a little bit, maybe help you more get started. There's like a few minutes between every match, and Secure, which we're playing today, has a lot of running. Like, a lot of running. So I probably have some time to just talk about the things that you might be interested in getting explained, if you want. But I do understand that getting into PvP can be complicated because it feels very chaotic. It goes much faster than PvE does. So I do understand. We're 7 matches away from getting the final series level. And Sydney says, what's the objectives? Like, I just played a frontline where there was a midpoint with some hexagons, and ours fluctuated so much it just ended up following the crowd. Our score fluctuated so much it just ended up following the crowd. So if you did a frontline like literally just now, there's a very high chance you did the one that we're doing today. Because the way that frontline works is that one specific frontline is the daily frontline, and on the daily reset it switches to the next one down the list. Today we're doing Borderland Ruins Secure. Tomorrow we're doing Seal Rock Seas. Day after we're doing Fields of Glory Shatter. And then the day after that we do Unsal Hakaya, or Danchik Nadam, which is apparently the game mode. So that means that if you do a lot of frontline in a single day, you're going to get just that one frontline. So Secure is possibly the most chaotic one, because in all of the other modes you have one objective. Like just one objective. The only exception being that in Shatter you have that one objective of breaking all the nodes around the map, and then also defending your home point node. But it's mostly just about chasing around those crystals. In Borderland Ruins, there are 6 nodes to capture, 1 near your base, but that means that your raid team is going to be running to grab, make sure you have your base node, and then you're going to try to hold the 2 nearest nodes to your base for as much of the match as you can. But every like around the start of the match, and then every X amount of minutes, like specific timestamps that are reliable and consistent, some enemies are going to spawn in the middle, and those enemies give points just like the ice crystals in Fields of Glory Shatter. So you want to run into the middle to grab those before the other teams do. And what that results in is that your party is going to, like, our raid is probably going to run out, grab the middle here, like our starting point, then about 90% of the raid is going to run to the middle, because there's going to be enemies spawning there at the very start-ish. And then like 2 people maybe, give or take, will run in each direction to these side bases. And then, depending on which team sent more, they're going to win that exchange. And once the fighting ends in the middle, each party, pretty much like every team, will just randomly, or if called by a player, run to one of these bases, grab it, and as soon as it's secured, we'll just run over and grab the other one, and just run back and forth until the middle is available again. And the reason why you just run back and forth is because there are 24 people in each raid team. If red decides to go for this one, the entire team goes for this one, and the entire yellow team goes for this one, then we're in a stalemate, which leaves blue free to take both of the bases next to them, and we don't want that. So we will go over there, and that leads to us maybe ending up in a stalemate with blue. Ultimately, no team wants to actually fight when we're going back and forth like that, unless you're certain that your team can win the exchange. But this leads to secure being like an extremely chaotic game type. So if you feel like the like Borderland Ruins secure makes no sense, then you're correct. It makes no sense. It's just like, if there ever was a PvP mode that embodies it's just chaos, it would be Borderland Ruins secure. Like here, I have no idea why we're winning on points. I'm pretty sure I just saw us get the fewest of the robots and just watch the enemies duke it out. But because our strike teams got the most nodes, we're winning on score. Just because of that. But that wouldn't have worked if enough people from the other teams did the same thing. So it's the most, in my opinion, random of all the front lines, and that's just how it's going to be sometimes. And I think this might be our cue to start looking for an opportunity to run away. I'm not sure why I'm spending this much effort fighting that one Dark Knight either, but this is no longer very, very safe. Fortunately, I was very far away from the explosions when I got Dancer Limit Break on me. What can we do? Not really anything. Why are we still here? It feels like a losing battle that we're just staying in for the sake of it. But I hope my ramblings about how secure works doesn't discourage you, Sydney. The good news about this is that because it's just chaos, it's difficult for people to know what the right thing is. So occasionally you'll see someone in the chat complaining that people aren't doing the thing they believe is the right thing. But as long as no one is ordering what we should do, it's very normal that not much in particular gets done. My best advice, Sydney, to get started on PvP is follow the pack. You already said you're doing that. And try to not die. When you're getting good at not dying that much, then start to focus on getting kills and assists so you can get the battle high up. And when you start to get the battle high up, being good at not dying suddenly becomes even more helpful. Ah. There was just 2 Dark Knights next to each other with no limit break left. So Sydney, you see there's this gauge I have with the flag here that says assist, and then goes up by a little bit. So the battle high is this. Every time you get an assist, you get 2 points. Every time you get a kill, you get 10 points. Every time you die, you lose half of your points. For every 20 points you have, you get a stage of battle high. And that's a buff that you receive, and everyone can see it. In fact, it is highlighted. So you can see enemies with like a fancy flag next to their name, which implies that they have a particularly high battle high. Now the reason that that is important is because for every 20 points of battle high you have, you get a stage, as I said, but battle high increases your damage and healing by 10%. So if you have battle high, like 20 points of battle high, you do 10% more damage and healing. If you have 100 battle high, so it's completely maxed out, you do 50% more damage and healing. And this is also super crucial because in Frontline, all melee jobs take 60% less damage and all ranged jobs take 30% less damage. So to just do like normal amounts of damage, like what you would expect from, say, Crystalline Conflict, you would need to have Battle High 5 in the first place. And Sydney says, are the higher battle high marked people worth more points? So should you focus target for those enemies? So every time you're killed, the team that got the kill steals a few points from your team and gives it to them. The amount of points, I'm pretty sure, is unrelated to your battle high. However, keep in mind that if you kill an enemy that has battle high, then they will lose that battle high. So enemies with battle high are priority targets because it cripples the enemies, like it makes them weaker by virtue of you removing that battle high player from their team, so to speak. So they don't get more points, but you weaken a player that was doing a lot of damage for that team, which is far more helpful than if it just like gave you 20 points to your team instead of 5 or 7. I hope that makes sense. Like the points are not so much the focusing players that have high battle high is more about removing that battle high than it is about gaining points for the scoreboard. You may also have noticed, if you've done some Frontlines, that sometimes your team might be winning, like very clearly winning in points and stuff, and then suddenly one of the enemy teams just comes and steamrolls you and just takes the lead from out of nowhere, and every time you try to fight them, you just get steamrolled again because it's almost like the enemy is just stronger than you. Um, it is a winning strategy to farm battle high in the start of a match. That is a winning strategy that sometimes happens. And it's not that visible, because what happens is that the two teams that are not in the winning position are basically just exchanging the same very small amount of points back and forth, killing each other, but maybe they each get 5, 6 or 7 players with battle high 3, 4 or 5, and suddenly the team that we're winning, that has not really been doing a lot of battling, they don't have any battle high. So now both of the other teams have way more power, because they just fought a lot. Now he healed up real effectively. Wow. Yeah, it is sort of like a rubber band mechanic. What's gonna happen is that the team with the most battle high tends to be the team that can win, like, duels the easiest. You may be wondering why I just stood there for a while when it was very clear that that was not a safe spot to be. The reason for that is that monks have a knockback, and that monk that I was targeting was obvious, like he was clearly waiting for someone to step out. So I didn't take the risk. I would rather stay up and try to waste the enemy's time enough that they would give up trying to knock me down. I was lucky that I got dragged down halfway down the way, because that let me survive, and most of the enemies thought I was dead, so they just ignored me. I don't think I would have gotten away if they had chased me all the way down. Look at this. You can see all those flags. You can see that they have multiple battle high 5s right there. With that many, there's no chance that we can fight them at all. But if it was just a few and it was those with the battle high, we would have even less of a chance. Doesn't help either that our team is over there fighting red for a point that we're not getting because we're behind. Oh, excellent. I'm watching my team on their death throws as they're running. So what are we doing? Blue or red? Seems like we're losing to both. And for some reason they're... Okay, the blue is no longer pushing. But yeah, my long-term speech about battle high and kill farming is mostly to say that if you just keep up with your team and don't die too much, you can be super helpful to your team just by doing that. Eventually you'll get some battle high, and when you get some battle high you're going to be a lot stronger. And then maybe your party will just defend you because you have a high battle high, so you die even less. This is a really good time from mid. We have 4 bases, so both of the enemies sort of might feel like they have to contest that before they go mid. Which gives us some extra time. Ah, I angled that runaway very poorly. We almost fell down. Ow. Those Dark Knights are really hungry for those drag downs. I understand why, but it's a little much. A little bit much. Okay, all things considered, this match is surprisingly even. We're not that far behind. Are we pushing all the way to blue space again? And someone posted to attack red by way of a mark. I was hoping someone would do that. I'm not super confident myself about posting where to go, so I prefer to let someone else take the lead. I don't play PvP nearly enough to know what the best move is. Like, I can have an idea of what I think the best move is, but I prefer to let someone else say it if I have a feeling. There we go. And then we run. We chase them all the way to their base. And someone is announcing to go mid again. Isn't that a bit early? Is it? Isn't it like at 2:00 that stuff happens? I'm pretty sure it is. Maybe it's 2:15, since the nodes are here now. Oh, it is 2:00. And Rallo asks, you have different glams for all of your classes? Nope. I actually just have glams for each role. Like Reaper and Dragoon shares one, actually, because they happen to have, you know, the same gear. And that's as far as I'll go. I do have enough glamour plate slots to be able to have one for every class. I just don't. Because it used to not be the case that you could do that. Because we didn't have enough glamour plates, I mean. Oh. I don't think that I'm that good at making glamours either, so I don't spend too much time on it. I prefer to focus on gameplay almost, I'd say. It's more like if I get a really nice glamour piece, I might get inspired, like how I made my recent outfit for samurai and monk, because a friend gifted me a new chest piece. Like we can take a little look at glamour plates while we queue for the next match. You can see that I have the 2 classic Kai outfits here. One for healer and one for mage. And this is what I used to use for monk and samurai. This is what I tend to use for ranged physical. This is what I use for dragoon and reaper. And I also just have some outfits saved. This is the one that I use for gatherers, for example. And the reason why this outfit is missing pants is because I like to carry my college skirt rather than put it in the glamour chest, because that makes it easier for me to just apply it when I want to. But I don't have that many different outfits. Part of the reason that I have sort of limited outfits is also because every time I find a really nice glamour piece, there's a very high chance that my hair clips it. The downsides of having long hair in Final Fantasy XIV. And then I get very demotivated from using the outfit. I don't want my outfits to clip, so I try to minimize that. Originally, when I got that, I can just show the outfit, I guess. This one, originally when I got this chest piece, I actually made a ninja outfit for it. But then the ninja combat pose with this particular pose caused it to clip. So I just trashed the glamour plate entirely and made a samurai monk outfit instead, because that outfit also could make use of a new outfit. But most of my glamours are really like something that I made ages ago. And just I like to stick with something when I make it. And only make like small adjustments to it. And Rollo asks, have you ever changed your hairstyle before? I have considered changing the hairstyle on Kai. I really like the early to rise hairstyle. I even went out of my way to buy it when it was down at like 1 million gil. And then I realized that I preferred her with this hairstyle, and I keep sticking with this hairstyle despite the clipping issues. I have never changed anything on my character in terms of her basic design and looks. She has looked like this since I made her in 2017, I believe. I think it was 2017. So I haven't. I think if I did change her, it would just feel wrong, like something was missing. Slightly off. So I would rather not risk that. So that's also partly why I haven't changed much. Do you change your character a lot, Ralu? The moment I open a bunch of menus, that's when the queue pops. Rana says, kind of, just to keep it fresh at times. I get that. That's the thing, is that either you like to make some changes every now and then, or you just don't. As I said, I like to stick with a few basic, like a few specific things. For example, when I played World of Warcraft, if I made a specific like class, there was a very high chance that I would make that character specific race, because I preferred to use that class with that race. And there was a very high chance that I would seek out a very specific outfit for that class, because I liked that outfit. To the point where the monk, the original monk, that was where the name Chaiji comes from, has a super specific look, and when I needed to re-roll on a different server, I took note of all of those details such that I could recreate the character exactly, which I did. I even farmed an optional reputation because it was required to wear a specific hat that Chaiji wears. So it's like it's almost like a specific character from a TV show, you could say. He looks like that. And it's a bit the same with Kaitsu Chaiji here. She looks like that. So it would be weird if you changed it. But I know a lot of players that like to change their hair a lot. I also happen to know a few players that really like to use Fantasia a lot. Like multiple times a month. A lot. Oh, we are heavily outnumbered. So instead of trying to take the spot, let's try and figure out how to leave. But I get it. It's the Fantasia thing. I think it's if you use Fantasias a lot, then you will be less attached to the specific look of your character. And that's not a good or a bad thing, it's just a thing. And if you're less attached to the look of your character, you are less scared of changing it. And if you're less scared of changing it, you might change it more often. You're more likely to change it to something that you just are in the mood for. Like you go, oh, I feel like being a Lalafell right now, so I'll make it into a Lalafell. Or something. I'm not sure what he's trying to accomplish with that. He was pretty much dead already. Yeah, exactly, Pokeshack. You know what's up. Hatsuchachi looks in that specific way. The only exception is that now that is Big Kai that looks like that. Because we also have Small Kai, who happens to have a lot of the same features, except it's a Lalafell. Brain dead? No. That's not a property of Kai. That's just me being forgetful often. I think what that is streamer brain. That's what I think. Do you know what streamer brain is? I wonder if I'm going to get out of here alive. Oh dear, oh dear, oh dear. Oh my. Ow. Ow. Just keep running. Ah! You have chased me to my team. Sure would be a shame if we reversed you on that one. Oh. I've noticed that a very good trick for some safety reason is to set up a Hell's Ingress portal to a safe place, so that if things turn sour in the middle of the fight, you can just click your eject button. It's difficult to do, and often you're going to need your portal for movement purposes. But it is helpful, because the duration on the return portal is just as long as the cooldown on Ingress, so you can just... if you find out that you want to place it again, you can just teleport back in the last moment and then go out again. Rara says, the only races I play are male Aura and male Viera, and sometimes male Hero whenever I change. Well, if those are your favorites, that's fair. Like if you prefer taller races, that makes sense. That you would just choose those specifically. Oh, I was wondering how the white mage just took 0 damage, and then it's because there's a paladin just hanging out. Pokeshak says, yeah, use the Hell's Ingress trick there a lot for limit break. Congratulations, you did negative damage to me, friend. Ah! I had a feeling that he was just waiting for an opportunity to do that, but I was too slow to realize that he was just going to stun me with his limit break. And then line it up. That was not smart. Exactly, Ralo. It's actually like, I would say that it is reaching a point that the only reason why this extreme amount of knockback shenanigans that you see in Secure, the only reason why it's not that bad or not as problematic is because like half of the jobs can do it. That makes it a little less job specific and oppressive. But I would say that I would like some more railings on that top pillar, because it's getting obnoxious to the point of paladin shenanigans in Unsal Hakaya, in my opinion. And I've only played, like, this is possibly the day I've played the most secure in my life. And I thought it was really funny that I could knock someone off the edge with my limit break. But it feels more like cheese than a genuine strategy. And I think that the game mode would be better without it. Like, I would genuinely prefer if all of the bridges had not just railings, like a little bit of railing like that. It was just straight up completely walled up so that you couldn't fall off. I think that would be like an advantage to the map. Because this is silly. That's the best way I can describe it. It's just silly. All of the Dark Knights hang out right next to the edge so they can drag you in. And all of the monks are pointing themselves such that if anyone tries to contest them in the slightest, they can just knock you into the edge. And so on and so forth. It's a little silly. Makes the mode a little boring, that's just what it boils down to. I didn't see that he was guarding. I just saw that he had low health and hoped I could snipe a stranger. Like that's typically where the Communio gets to hit for full damage, is if you just throw it at some random person that don't see it coming. But what I mean with this knockback stuff I'm talking about is more that while knockback deaths are like not unusual in PvP, the reason why it's so obnoxious and secure specifically is because, like, in the other maps where knockbacks are possible, like knockback kills, I believe Shatter is the main one that comes to mind. In that map, the places where you can just randomly get knocked off the edge of the map and die are all places that you can just choose to not go. You can just, if you know that there's a monk waiting to knock someone off the edge right there, you can just choose to not contest them. But you have to go to the place where a monk can just knock you off the edge insecure. The monk can literally just wait for you there, because you have to go. You actually have to go, or your team loses. So just that's how I feel about it. That they should just add railings like all around the big pillar up there. At the very least, near the bridges, the entire bridge needs to be walled up so you can't just get knocked down. Then it's fair if there's holes in the like rock areas around the place, because then at least the knockbackers have to like work for it. They have to somehow drag you all the way there, or at least bait you to go there, and that's a little more difficult than just camping the bridge where you know everyone's going to go, guaranteed. I don't know if Reaper needs buffs. Part of the reason why it's a little problematic to make that argument, I think, is it's not like Reaper needs anything. It's just that it's more of like a support job, as I talked about earlier. It's closer to the playstyle that a Paladin plays than the playstyle that a DPS plays. Basically, you're supposed to apply sustained pressure to a target, and then your death warrant sometimes surprises someone. But you're mainly just doing a lot of 8,000 damage, which incidentally is exactly how Paladin works. You're just doing 8,000 damage consistently all the time. So Reaper's a little bit of the same style, just a little bit more aggressive. And we should run, because red is going to be really aggressive right about now. I can't go into that. I just can't go into that. Anyone that goes into that inferno just dies. Oh boy, don't you just love Miracle of Nature, guys? Oh, we got Battle High 3. I think we're still losing, but... Rado says, are you a top Sage PvP player? No. I have no clue how to play Sage well in PvP. I've attempted playing Sage in PvP, but I'm just not good at it. I think someone explained that Sage is not really a healer in PvP. It's more like a melee DPS that happens to heal a little bit when it attacks. No, I'm not a top Sage PvP player. I'm actually not a top anything PvP player. I'm not claiming to be anything special in terms of PvP. I just think it's fun. And then I know the basics. And the whole point of doing Frontline PvP streams is not to showcase that I'm some master player. It's more about showcasing the mode, because I think a lot of people feel that PvP is very alien. It's very different from PvE. You go to the PvP zone and suddenly all of your abilities are different. Limit break works different. Sprint works different. Everything is different. And the only way to try it is to fight other players. There is no like bot match where you can just fight an easy opponent to practice against, which makes it I imagine for a PvE player, and let's be real here, most Final Fantasy XIV players are probably PvE players. primarily, given that you have to have played a lot of PvE just to get to this point, or at least some. And obviously PvE is far more popular. So jumping into PvP with this toolkit that you're not sure how it works in a mode that you're not sure how it works makes it very scary. So I like to stream Frontline and Crystalline Conflict for that matter to show what it is. The difference is that streaming Crystalline Conflict, I feel like people watching were more introduced to how how scary PvP actually is, because in Crystalline Conflict you can die once at the start of the match. No one else died, you died, and your enemy, the enemy team, can turn that single death into a victory for them sometimes. Like, I have had Crystalline Conflict matches where I died at the start, and then my team was just reeling from that single mistake for the entire match all the way to the end. And that's really scary. And not very motivating if someone is like thinking of trying PvP and then they see me doing some PvP and then they see that. On the other hand, in Frontline, it's just chaos. Sometimes I spend the majority of the match not really sure if I'm doing anything helpful at all, and then halfway through the match, suddenly my team is in first. And then near the end, we lose anyway. Like, Frontline is like the Mario Party kind of levels of ridiculous sometimes. It's anyone's game for the majority of the match, which means that dying isn't that scary. Not knowing what to do isn't that scary. Making mistakes isn't a big deal, which makes it a perfect practice ground to try PvP, even though it is complete chaos. And that's why I'm doing some PvP Frontline. It's just because then people see it in real time. Someone that may be good at the game in general, just floundering around in PvP because it's ridiculous and it's chaos. And I hope some players have been like, I have the impression that some people were motivated to try PvP based on that, based on me showcasing it. And then Ralo says, you believe Endwalker is the PvP update? Well, I mean, Endwalker is the expansion that contained the PvP rework, which sort of by default makes it a little bit like the PvP update expansion. The old way that PvP worked was a lot more chaotic, but also a lot slower in some ways, I think, because in the old system, healers could spam heals like they can in PvE, which made it a lot more common to do that. That's the reason why healers can't do that in the new PvP. Because it sort of breaks the momentum of the mode, makes it a little boring, I think. I haven't done very much PvP in the old system. I can't actually remember if I did any, now that I think about it. I think I did some, but not much. I have a friend that did do a bunch of... what's it called? The Feast? It's a mode that hasn't been available since the rework, and the way that it works is that it's like, I believe it was a 4 versus 4 PvP mode, where it's almost like a team deathmatch. You steal points from the enemies by killing each other, and you have to hold the points with an individual character, and when that character dies, it drops some, if not straight up all, of the points that they had accumulated. But that means that you need to, like, shift around the points to be on the sturdiest characters, and back then, tanks in PvP were extremely tanky, and healers in PvP were extremely strong at healing and things like that. These days, it's not like that, which I think is a good thing. Tanks need to be, like, unreasonably tanky for PvE reasons. In PvP, it's just if the tank is a little overkill tanky. I don't know. Gets, comes a little too much, doesn't it? That's the way I see it anyway. I don't know, like, I don't know that many that did a lot of PvP in the old system, but I would be interested to hear if people preferred the old system. Like, is there something specific we lost out on with the new system? And Ronald says, Black Mage stream win. That's a good question. Back in Season 1 of the new PvP update, I actually did a lot of Frontline as Black Mage. Incidentally, around the time when they decided to overbuff Black Mage incredibly. And I say incidentally because I was doing Frontline as Black Mage before the buff. Yeah, of course. I assumed you meant for PvP, Ralu. But maybe we could try and do some range jobs for Frontline soon. The main reason I've been focusing on melee is because I think the main thing that people would be worried about going into Frontline as is can you even play melee when it's this kind of ridiculous slaughter? And I just got 2 kills at the very start of the match. What's happening? I'm guessing it's a fluke. We don't want to go that way, friends. That's a pretty important tip to consider. Try your best to stay away from the enemy bases. There may occasionally be a time to gank one of the enemy teams right at their base, but in almost every case, more likely than not, it is lethal to try and gank an enemy in their base. Case in point, we were closing in on their base, and guess what happens? We meet lethal force right back at us. I'm not jumping into that. Yeah, we can't. Guys, we can't do this. What are you doing, Bab? You're dead. What are you doing? We're losing ground a lot. We're trying to fight on 2 fronts at the same time. From what I can tell, red is trying to fight just us, blue is trying to fight on two fronts, and so are we. Hey, Mr. Azimuth. PvP is nuts. Welcome. I hope you're having a good day. Boom. Oh, we don't want to be mounted while someone is shooting us. That's a bad idea. I think just being in this area is a bad idea right now. The blue is very much focused on us right now. So we want to get over and focus on red instead. And try to just get away from blue instead of fighting a losing battle when they're all here and we're not. We should be going mid. Can we even make it before it's over? Well, we got some points, at the very least. Nope. You're not dragging me down that hole today. Ralu asks, you live in Kugane? Nope. I do not live in Kugane. My house is in the Goblet near Uldar, and my free company's house is in what's it called? The new one, the Imperium near Ishgard. We were very lucky to get a medium house when the ward opened, by just choosing to not compete on the large houses while everyone was fighting for those. Was he running into the wall? This is a very even match. I feel like there's not a lot of points being accumulated somehow. And blue is contesting up here. are not contesting. They very much have the point. And we managed to get the point back, it seems. Rado says, if there was a new housing district coming, which area would you believe we get next? I would assume that the next housing district we would get, it would be near the Crystarium from Shadowbringers. That's what I would expect, just because it makes sense, like chronologically, but at the same time, like in terms of when things were released, although they did skip over Ishgard to go to Kugane first. So there is a possibility that we get something in Charlian, for instance. I don't know. It feels like, simply because they're going really random with it, I don't think I have a clear idea of where they would go. Oh look, there's Public Enemy again. I didn't even notice he was on our team. I also know that there are people that asked for housing in space. So who's to say? But now that we have Ishgard housing, it did take... So we had housing, I believe housing was added in A Realm Reborn, is what I'm guessing. And then we got Shirogane in Stormblood. And then we got the Imperium in Endwalker. So, presumably, the next housing district is coming in 2 expansions, which means that it will leave the 2 options of areas we haven't seen yet, plus optional stuff like the moon. And then there's going to be 2 extra expansions of stuff that it could also be. So it's very hard to say. Is he trying to bait? Well, he's dead now. Oh, we have Battle High 4. I think that's a record for tonight. Also, we don't want to be here, we're in front of the enemy base. But who's to say really what the next housing district is going to be? I hope it's going to look very different from the other ones. Because I feel like the Mist and Shirogane look somewhat similar in some ways. And the Goblet and the Imperium looks very similar in some ways. So is the next housing district also going to be a forest? Or is it going to be something completely unexpected? This looks insane, by the way. We should go. Ah. Yes, that was worth it, Mr. Sage. Hello. I think he's dead. Yep. Huh. Why did he just go directly for the Communio? That's really wasteful. Okay, we managed to get out of that. Now the question is whether we should help. Can we help? Oh yeah, we can if they're just two. Now they're not just two. I can't help him. I literally can't help him. Into this. That wasn't enough. Where's our party? Some is competing with blue, some are competing with red. Not that weird that we're in the last place. Mom says, holy cow, Reaper's is dropping for damage. No, it's just that it's more about like, the surprise factor. If you're in a 1v1 in Frontline, just in general, it's very difficult to kill anyone. Because you have to remember that other Reapers take 60% less damage, so if you're not like just a 1v1, you're still only doing, you know, 40% of the damage you'd normally do in a mirror match. And even if I had Battle High 4 and the other Reaper had Battle High 1, we didn't really have the damage to kill each other in the first place, and also Battle High 5. think that's the first time in this evening that we have Battle High 5. Now, watch me really quickly waste it on something. No, there's no point. So Ralu's asking what Battle High is. So whenever you get kills, you get 10 points of Battle High, and whenever you get an assist, you get 2 points of Battle High. Good morning, United Kids. It's going really well, as you can see. Despite us losing the match, I think I have Battle High 5, so that's good. I'm doing well. My team as a whole, we are not doing well, and that might be related to me not doing the right thing. Possibly. Anyway, so how are you doing, United? On the other hand, so the way Battle High works is that for every 20 points of Battle High you have, you get one stage of Battle High, and every stage of Battle High makes you do 10% more damage and healing. So with Battle High 5, I'm healing for 50% more than I normally would, and I'm dealing damage, like 50% more damage than I normally would, which ironically makes it easier to accumulate kills, but now that we're at 5, we don't need it. Yeah, that's Battle High. Yeah. Now the problem is that if you die, you lose half of your Battle High immediately. So, as you accumulate more Battle High, you want to play more carefully, although you want to play carefully in the first place. You always want to play carefully, as I suggest when you're learning PvP, especially, or both in Frontline and Crystalline Conflict, your first priority should be to learn to not die. Your second priority should be to try and get kills. And the reason why I'm checking the PvP profile is because I'm trying to get series level 30 tonight. So that's our target. Now whether we need 3 or just 2 matches to reach that, that is an interesting question. Are you okay, Nikit? Or are you just focusing on other stuff? It's just... Anyway. Good morning. And we already have another match. So we got 1,500 points for that, and were we last place in that match? Can't remember. We got 1,500 series experience. If we get that again, then we're 2 matches away. If we don't, then we're probably 3 matches away. We need 2 matches and then 500 points extra from somewhere. And now we're back at Battle High 0. But yes, if you do Frontline PvP and you look and you see these banners next to enemy names, that's the Battle High, and if you see the red or orange ones, you should be extra careful because those players have multiple kills, like they're doing 30, 40 or 50% more damage. That does not necessarily mean that they're extremely good players. They could have been lucky with getting those kills. but they are going to feel like a better player just because they're doing more damage, doing whatever they would normally do. Inakit says, I want to finish the PvP series, but I feel that Frontline lasts too long. You would be right about that. If you want to, like, grind PvP experience as quickly as possible, then you should be doing Crystalline Conflict. That takes less time per match, and I believe it gives 700 or 900 experience per match, whereas Frontline gives anywhere between 1000 and 1500, if I remember correctly. I guess he was just as surprised to see me. Ha! We used Limit Break at exactly the same time. Is that the same Reaper from the last match? That guy that just randomly yeets out the Communio immediately? Look guys, we made it! After all that, we survived. We survived the onslaught of like 2 or 3 players. So when it's in a controlled environment, you can see, Rallo, that Reaper actually is almost like a tank more than a DPS. Like, just to kill the Reaper, you need to do over 24,000 damage every 20 seconds, just to hurt it. And that's completely disregarding the fact that you also have your mana regen. Yeah, that's my recommendation, Inakit, if you want to grind the PvP series. Just do Crystalline Conflict, casual or ranked. If the queue time is okay, I don't know if it is, but if it is okay, then it should be fine. You should be able to do like 2 or 3 Crystalline Conflict matches in the average time of a Frontline. So that gives you more. Also, you don't need to reach series level 30. 25 is when the last unique reward is given. The rest of it is trophy crystals, and those actually have limited rewards. Like, I don't really have anything to spend it on right now, which is why I'm just accumulating it and regularly buying wolf colors, because I didn't have nothing else to spend it on. Oh, hello, there's a machinist. Oh, hi. Yeah, it feels like what the Reaper's really struggling with is burst damage on them. And also their ability to do burst damage themselves. Rather says PvP can make you some decent money. Really? Does it give decent amounts of money at the end of the match? Really? That's news to me, certainly. You might be right. Is it something specific that you can buy? The marks you get. The wolf marks. Is there something special you can buy with those? You can buy music or the hairstyles. Can you sell those? I didn't know you could sell those to other players. I guess it never occurred to me because I wouldn't buy them myself. Yeah, if those are valuable, then that would be a decent way to make some money out of it. I think we might have talked about this before, actually. Like, a long time ago. 200 to 300,000 for certain songs. Yeah, that is pretty big. I don't have very much I normally spend wolf marks on. Like, I think I've actually bought the songs myself recently, like to unlock. Every time I could afford a thing that I didn't already have. But that's pretty nice. I wonder if if you just produced a handful of new PvPers by saying that. What? There's money in it? Roses, especially the songs you need to craft those, can make some good money. Or those where it's like a faded copy, so you need to like put in extra effort for it, so people are even less likely to actually bother making it. Yeah, I can see that. I've actually also just recently started going through the process of making songs when they have those crafting recipes now. This is getting a little wild. Did a ninja just randomly use limit break on me? I think this is the moment to run. They're very confident. Round says even material though. The least recommended since they cost a lot just for 20k, and yeah, that is exactly the reason why I was a little confused when you said there was money in it, because I know the price in marks for materia is ludicrously high. That was a little bit risky. I basically blew as much damage as I could on a Dark Knight that who might just have limit break ready to just make it all not worth it. But it turns out I guess he didn't expect to take that much damage that quickly, so he didn't have the limit break for it. And Ronald says a lot of people don't bother to rank up Alchemist, or a lot of them think Alchemist is just a potion class. Yeah, Alchemist has a surprising, like, a few recipes that are really valuable, which apparently includes a lot of songs, I noticed. Is it all songs that are made by Alchemist? Yeah, we're not getting him. I really wanted to get to him because he had battle high. I think it was 4. And rather says the carpenters needed to make the blank orchestrion rolls. And yeah, those are actually worth making in bulk if you're making a few for yourself anyway. Like, speaking of money-making strategies, sometimes if you're making an item for yourself with a crafter for any reason at all, then it's surprisingly often that you can earn, like, flip a profit if you need 3, just make 10 and sell the excess. An alchemist, for like general money making, like if there's one crafter that there would be like a consistent money source from, I think it would probably be alchemist. It heavily drops off when people stop doing like savage raid progression. So as the savage raid tier like teeters to its end, it becomes less extreme. But basically, for every raid session, a raider will need like 2 to 6 food items to keep up their food buff of choice. And then they're going to need like 30, up to 30 actually, well, up to 20 at the very least, maybe 24 or so tinctures at most. And I think the price of the food buff and the tinctures can be very close to the same. You have to keep in mind that every raider will need that. Every single one of them will need that amount. So if you just make a lot, then usually they will sell eventually. This is chaos, but it feels like we're winning. And then we weren't. We were doing well right up until my entire party died behind me. Oh well. But yeah, what I was saying is that if you're going to level just one crafter and just use one crafter, then Alchemist is probably the one that is most consistently able to earn money. Because most of the other crafters, aside from Culinarian, rely on gear to make most of their profits, or glamour pieces for that matter. But Alchemist and Culinarian make consumables, and the Alchemist's consumables are used in much larger quantities than the Culinarian consumables, so you can make more money faster. So I totally agree with you on that one, Rado, that if people are not if people are underappreciating leveling Alchemist because it doesn't make gear, they're underappreciating the potential money they could make. Although I think most players that level crafters just level them to have them leveled and then don't use them that much. And speaking of leveled, we're very far behind. We have 4 bases. What's happening? Are we going to get 5? What is happening right now? Red and yellow are just partying. Now we have 4. We still have 4 bases. Why is it we're getting away with just hanging out in red space? We need to leave, like, a minute ago. Rallo says woodworking is crazy in NA servers. Wait, what is it that carpenters make? Is it housing items? I'm guessing that it's related to housing items. The reason why I'm praising Alchemist is because most of the items that you can make a huge profit on with Alchemist is quite obvious. Like, it's the newest tinctures. But with if it's glamour items, which a lot of a lot of the armor crafters rely on, you have to like know something. Like, you need to discover some item that happens to be popular. Yeah, no. I'm not going to attack a samurai that just dashes up to me like that. Like, he dashed up to me and immediately used his defensive. Like, he was expecting me to retaliate as a response. What? I think I just got a kill by someone that just randomly fell off after I hit them with Plentiful Harvest. That's pretty funny. Oh, focus red, you say? Well, we're in the absolute worst position to do that. And we don't have very much time. Rallo says, yeah, woodworking works on housing items, gear, and some weapons and tools. It's a good all-rounder. In general, I think that means that it's like the recent gear that Carpenter can make. Like the newest gear pieces. And there may be some few glamour items. And then there's the housing items. And I think Carpenter has a pretty good hold on having the most housing items. If you're into housing, like if you're into housing, then there's a good chance that you know what kind of items are commonly popular. And if you know what items are commonly popular for housing, especially those that people need a lot of, then there is a lot of money to be made there, potentially, assuming that the competition isn't too too fierce. I'm not really into housing myself, so I'm actually not sure what items sell. The only times I've really sold housing items has typically been if a friend asks me to craft an item for them. I usually buy enough materials to make a few of them, and then I sell the extra ones such that instead of making the item for my friend turning into an expense for me, it turns into a profit for me because of the potential money I could make from the extra ones I crafted. But that also means that the only items that I know might be profitable to make are items that someone else directly expressed interest in. And then I don't write down the item or take note of it because I don't know when it will sell, and sometimes it's sold days later. And then I've forgotten whether it was worth it or not. Rather says, I won't lie though, the people that use the Gordon Ramsay class, I like the other ways they make money. How would a culinarian make money in an unusual way? Huh, they actually have some housing. I would guess that the culinarians usually make money by making the newest like master recipes of food, just especially the ones that are most popular. And rather says the role-playing side of things I've seen people open their own Pizza Hut or restaurants around the world. Oh, so I mean like a role-playing thing. Okay. Yeah, that is pretty smart. That way you can make an item that is otherwise not very valuable in a role-playing context. That is interesting. And also, even the venues or parties or party hosts, the food that they offer, people pay gil for it. Yeah, I've heard about that. Yeah, that is pretty funny. I assumed that usually the amount of gil in like that happens to like cost is at such a low amount that people typically don't mind. Like the price is low enough that it is comparable to, oh, you go out in the city in real life with some friends and then you go to a bar or something and you buy a beer, and because you're at a bar, the beer costs like 3 or 4 times more than it would if you just bought it at the store. But now you're here, there's like your friends are there, there's the atmosphere, all that. So you don't mind paying this extreme price markup, because it's like the combined experience, and still the price isn't so high that it completely ruins you. Like I would expect if I haven't gone to them, but I would expect if I went to like an role-playing party of some sort in Final Fantasy XIV, and was offered food, I would assume that the price wouldn't be much over 1,000 gil. Maybe 10,000 gil, but then, like, you're reaching the limit of what I would even remotely be willing to pay just for the memes or the fun of it. Like, it's not that I'm super stiff and don't want to pass around money, even if it's like in that context. Like, when people hand me random things in the game, like, you know, the occasional someone walks up to you and just trades you a thing, usually I hand them cherry pink dye back, like just one, but you have to keep in mind that cherry pink dye is like 15,000 gil each, if you buy it. So I'm just handing 15,000 gil to strangers because they bothered to trade me. But it is an interesting money-making strategy, Ranu. Ranu says, honestly, the parties aren't that bad to be in. Get yourself like 1 to 3 friends into a party and see how it goes. I met a lot of friends like that. I've met some friends in Final Fantasy XIV by just standing around in Limsa Lominsa. The key thing here is that you need to figure out who are the crazy people and who are the cool people. Or maybe you want to hang out with the crazy people. But that is a good point. You could go to a club, like an RP club, just to find friends. I don't know how many clubs are advertised in NA servers, but typically, in at least for instance, you can see here on Chaos, I think there's 5, 6 right now. I seem to have heard that the whole like RP clubs thing is a lot more popular in NA servers, but I might be wrong on that. And also, these queue times are really starting to drag on. I just want like 1 or 2 more matches so that we can finish. But it is a good suggestion. I think those clubs can also be a good way to meet some new some other players if you are having problems. Like, that's actually a common thing that I read about, people that say they don't know where to start to find friends in Final Fantasy XIV. But if you went to an RP party in Final Fantasy XIV, you would also have to, you know, talk with people to get friends. So that's also difficult. Rada says, in Crystal, everyone starts announcing it at 3 PM, which will be in 15 more minutes, actually. Oh, well, there you go. I think people advertising that around 3 PM on EU servers would be a terrible idea, because 3 PM server time is, you know, when the daily reset happens. So you like, people would be doing that because it's daily reset time. Is what I'm guessing. That, like, that's usually when people do go and do their dailies. do I have everything? Do I actually have everything now? Yeah, I did believe that that was a little bit surprising if I had everything, but it seems like the only things I'm missing are the 2 songs that you need to craft. Those are the only things I'm missing. Well, I can afford them, so we get them. Oh, and then we have the queue. Another says, we got a Sprout to get a girlfriend in a cat girl hooter. Once it was pretty good. Wild. Yeah, I have heard that those role-playing parties can get a little crazy. I do wonder how often they're actually like appropriate for a stream. Not that I intended to stream it. Not necessarily. That would certainly be an unusual stream for me. Now, it would be a huge shame if we got like 1,150 points for this match. But the match we just had, we got 1,300 for, so I'm pretty sure that our losing streak means that it doesn't matter which spot we get. I'm pretty sure that we're going to reach 30. Notice it depends on popularity, and anyone known in the community will be there. And it also depends on what DJ is there, or if a cafe is good. Well, you say anyone known in the community, but that's hard. Like, that's hard to know. I don't know who's who in the Louisois community. I only know the people that I've actually spoken to, and the people that I've seen enough times to recognize. You know, there's Reaper time. Honestly, you better get someone to fall off. The thing is that my first try on getting someone to fall off with my limit break was successful, and then I haven't been able to do it for the rest of the evening. Like, I just started one of the first opportunities I had by asking on the stream if it was possible, and Pokeshack just said, yeah, it is, and then I just walked up and did it. And then I haven't been able to replicate it again. Maybe I have to ask every time if it is possible for it to work. I don't know. But I'm not a super huge fan of how inconsistent it is for Reaper, because you need to use your limit break when someone is in a position to get to run off. But there is also a moment of lag where the opponent has an opportunity to like move themselves out of the angle. So I have multiple times I've made the perfect shot to toss them off, and then they move in the very last moment. So that's why I've not really tried to do it for the rest of the evening. After spending like 2 matches with no success, just wasting limit breaks for that. We got them. Yeah, well, exactly. It was a little bit stressful. Like, if you missed, you're pretty much dead. because the only way to get people in that particular position is if you run into the entire enemy team. That's the only way to catch them off guard with it. But if you miss and you don't get kills, then usually you die. I just remembered an age-old trick is that you can use Hysteria as a guard break. I completely forgot about that. And rather it's time for Samurai or Ninja to come back. That's when you actually did some crazy stuff and had fun doing it. I mean, I have fun doing things with Reaper. But we just have to find some, like, every week trying a different job, I think, is a more interesting thing than doing the same job repeatedly. And I think it also just might be related to the Reaper toolkit being less obvious how to use it. Like, I've spent a lot of the evening just flaunting around, dying and not getting very high in terms of battle high because I was uncertain what I could and couldn't get away with defensively. I know Reaper is really tanky. How tanky exactly? Not sure. So I often just died when I tried to like be a little too fancy. And I've also started to find better and better ways to get kills. But it takes a lot of practice with some jobs. And that's just part of it. Oh, there's a hallowed ground. Yeah, that was not happening. Not sure why he dragged me in when he was trying to run away. But that's true, Ralo. I did have a lot of fun with Ninja and Samurai, but I think the more important thing there is that that's a good a good thing to keep in mind when we eventually run out of things to go for, rather than to just go for the ones that were fun. Like, we have a lot of jobs left to explore. Why is the paladin marked? Whew. That was really close. I was so close to dying from fall damage. Just trying to escape. And it appears our base is under attack by blue. Oh, someone said that it was supposed to be now. I guess it's in a few seconds. Rose says, do you want a new caster or a new range DPS in the game? Well, I would like both. I think we talked about previously that just based on what the game currently has, it's pretty much expected that the next expansion would probably have one of each, right? Like to catch them up. I would like to see one of each. I'm not sure what I would like to see for ranged physical. Because most of the things that I could think of feels like something we already have. The best I think I can come up with would be like a sniper or something like that. Because the archer job that we have is much more focused on music than archery in some capacity, because they do have some complex bow attacks. So it's a little hard to say. But for mage, there's a lot of options. I think we talked about maybe a green mage that is super heavy focused on dots. Which is something that we're really lacking. A job that is both has a bunch of different dots but are actually focused on it as their primary mechanic. The scary thing about such a job is that I think I've talked about dot snapshotting and snapshotting in general before on a stream. But if you had a job that was extremely focused on dots, then snapshotting would become like a main part of their toolkit. Hello, Leonka. Welcome to the stream, or maybe you've been here for a while. I don't know. You say, Leonka said, I'm really hoping for something like a time mage ranged caster. Probably used for support with haste or slow debuffs. That's a really cool idea. You actually have pretty much already described a really good example of like a raid buff. You know, these days with how every single job has to fit into a 2-minute burst window and that. A time mage would make perfect sense to have a raid buff that gives like a few % of haste, you know, so that you cast and attack faster. The thing is that I think that most jobs would find that annoying rather than helpful, because then it would offset cooldowns and stuff like that. Well, I don't want to go to your base, so I'm just going to go back. But I think that's a good idea, Leonkar. Honestly, when I think Time Mage, my expectation sort of drifts more towards healer for some reason, because then you can like explain the time magic as rewinding time. However, Astrologian used to have a bunch of time magic inspired attacks. They've just sort of lost those over the years. Like for instance, Astrologian used to have a card, their arrow card, I believe, used to give attack speed. And then also they had a cooldown they could use that would increase the duration of all buffs they had currently applied to people by 10 seconds, which meant that you could apply cards to people and then extend the duration of those cards. And now their whole card mechanic used to be much more convoluted, where you would spend a card to get like a future effect on it, which meant that you could make your next card raid wide, for instance. Very complicated, and I do understand why a lot of Astrologian players miss it. It's just also, it was brutally difficult to understand, and that's not healthy for a job's lifespan, I would say, if the job is too complicated to just understand how to use it at a base level. Leon Carr says, that's right, I forgot to take into account current rotation and other things. No, that's fine. When we're brainstorming new jobs, you don't have to worry about what the current state of the game is, because that can change. Who knows, maybe when next expansion comes around, the development team has decided that they're no longer interested in this 2-minute burst window phase, and then they've decided that actually people just have auras where they give a little weak buff, a little bit like Bard does now, and then they want to focus on sustained DPS instead. Like, it can change, so you don't have to focus on that necessarily, Leon. The reason why I sort of skipped over the slow debuff part that you suggested is more because I know that there is no chance that a slow debuff would be functional against a raid boss. And any possible like job idea you can come up with should preferably have a bunch of tools that are like its primary thing that it does, that is functional on a boss. And if the gimmick of a job is not that, then I think it would be a little, it would feel bad, is what I'm thinking. Which is why I sort of skipped over it. There's of course again the possibility that specifically the Time Mage can apply a slow debuff to the boss uniquely, which would be very interesting, but it might also be too strong. Oh, we got to battle high 5. But I think Time Mage is a good idea. Absolutely. We need to run. This is not a good fight. Oh boy! Wow! They got me. That was a surprise. I think I was unaware for a moment there. That's a shame. It always sucks when you lose the battle high 5. At this point in the match, we have to gain like 20 points right now to not like lose. And while we were first place for a long bit of the match, we got third place by 5 points. Right at the end. Oh. But we maxed out the series rank, which is what we planned to do. And we played not great. We had one victory all evening. Roller says it's kind of hard to make a class up, to make it different than the ones that are already in the game. Yeah, exactly. Because I think Time Mage, many of the tools that Time Mage would have are sort of like pieced out between a handful of jobs. For example, in that Astrologian has gravity, which is normally a Time Mage thing. And if Time Mage was a job, then presumably ley lines would be something Time Mage has, not Black Mage. Things like that. Now, a good place to finish off is that I can buy the final relic weapon of Endwalker. So I will do that. I didn't even pick up the quest. Ah. Oh, we can still buy the things. But yeah, it's really difficult to come up with a new job. That's why I'm also saying that it's not particularly interesting if you limit yourself by the standards of the currently existing jobs. It makes it very boring. But you can, of course, consider the existing situation as a guideline for what you'd expect the job to have. Like, for example, how, oh, well, all jobs try to fit in a 2-minute burst window of some sort, or most jobs do. So probably you would want the time mage to do that. If it's a healer, it's pretty easy. It might have a cooldown, but its rotation is going to be relatively simplistic. If it's a DPS, now that's another story, but whether it has a raid cooldown or not is a significant difference that you want to take into account. Like, the difference between a time mage with or without a raid buff is the difference between, you know, a black mage and a red mage, or summoner. And in case you're wondering why I'm building direct hit on a healer weapon, direct hit is one of the stronger stats for damage output for healers, and given how the game is structured, healers are expected to maximize their damage just as much as DPS jobs are. So even though direct hit offers absolutely nothing for defense, it is still better than stacking something else, like piety, which does not offer any offensive potential. Well, that was the last relic weapon. Let me just get back to the PvP area. We usually at least end PvP streams there. Well, we got all of the things that I set out to do. I started the stream by saying that I wanted to get to series level 30, and I wanted to get the last relic weapon. So that's what we set out to do. It did take like a little longer than I had expected, but when you start a stream with a plan, you go until you're done. Now, that leads us to the end part of the stream, so if you guys have anything you would like to talk about before we round off, then this is the time that I normally do that. Rollo says, so far I can see the ranged physical as a battle alchemist, focusing on debuffing enemy damage and defense and specializing on dots. Yeah, that could work. That could work. I think I heard some rumor that early on in Endwalker's development cycle, when they were looking at what jobs to add, Alchemist was on the table and they had some ideas in the works, is what I heard, but it became too complicated, and then also they weren't super happy about the fact that you had both an alchemist as a crafter and then a chemist, or whatever they would name it, as a combat job. They could of course figure something out. They could have called it doctor, for all I care, and then it would stand out more. But I'm not super picky about the jobs. I had no specific expectations when they said there was going to be a new healer and a new DPS. But Reaper and Sage are like in the top of my favorite jobs to play. Just in general. So I don't feel like they missed. Although I didn't expect Reaper. I expected it to be Templar or something like that. Well, I guess you don't have any like specific questions. I wonder what next week's Frontline is going to be at this time. I think we're going to have Onsala Kaya. That one is always really fun. Because they fixed Paladin's cover so it doesn't work for the shenanigans they used to do, it has become a lot more fun. And there's not much killing people with fall damage either. Ronaldo says, honestly, I had the idea that if they did, they could have people they could have people get into crafting while trying to level the class for the job. Oh, so you mean that the alchemist crafter would upgrade into the chemist job for combat? Yeah, that makes sense. Like as an alternative soul crystal, you could apply. That would be an interesting way to force people to try crafting. I do agree that is an interesting way to do it. And I think crafting could use that sometimes. I think there might be a significant portion of players that don't want to craft at all. But I would say that that's understandable. But just having it as like, oh, but you need to do some crafting to unlock chemist would at least make it so that you had to give it a try. And there's a difference between trying some content in the game and then deciding that you don't like it and then leaving it at that, compared to just deciding that you don't want to do it and then never trying it, never giving it a chance. And I think that's something to be said. That's also why I keep recommending that people try Frontline. You don't have to try like super hardcore, sweaty, try-hard PvP in Crystalline Conflict. Just try Frontline. It's like Mario Party. Nothing makes sense. And sometimes you get a lot of kills, and sometimes you don't. And your party members are mostly randomly designated, so even if there are some really good players playing at the moment, they are just as likely to be your friend as your enemy. Yeah. Now, I think that's everything I have on the program tonight. So that means that looking forward on Saturday, we have a new video premiere as usual, where this week it is a healer comparison, and hopefully you will find it either interesting or funny, or you'll have something to argue with me about in the comments, and that'll also be very fun. And shortly after that, it'll be main quest on Small Kai in Rewind Replay, as every Saturday. And I hope to see some of you there. Other than that, I think that was that for this stream. So good night, or good morning, or afternoon, depending on where you are in the world. And I'll see you guys very soon. Good night. Good night.